kid really rises to the opportunity when he gets the nod.
Let's get loud for recall!
Everybody, welcome here to the Nationals Dual Moguls competition here at Whistler Blackcomb. I want to give a huge shout out to everyone that's watching on the live stream right now. Welcome to the event. We have a couple forerunners on course at the moment. The event is going to get started shortly. We're going to start with the ladies' duels. We're going to run through multiple different rounds. So for those that are new, and maybe it's your first time tuning in, Dual Moguls work similar to other sports like tennis or soccer, where each skier is going to ski against someone else, and the winner will move on to the next round. If you win, you keep going. If you lose, your day is over. We start here with the round of 64. We'll move to the round of 32, and then we'll get into finals. Before the finals, we're going to have a little break, some training for the athletes, let them warm back up on this course. But for now, we're just going to get ready with the start of the women's duels. Once again, thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks to all the fans that have come out on the hill. Thank you to all the volunteers for helping, all the event workers. I will get a list of sponsors and mention all them shortly. But for now, stay tuned to the top as we get ready for this event to start.
Ready.
Our first duel is on course. Eyes to the top. We have Victoria Hewitt on course, dueling against Berkeley Timmis. You can see these ladies making their way down the middle section here. We have a slight advantage to the blue course in speed. Big twister spread. Big spread from the red course as we come across the line here. Great skiing from these girls. Here we go. Here's some replays off the top air. We see big spreads from both the ladies connecting into the middle nicely. We can see tight turns from both of these girls coming down. I would say with the slight advantage to the blue course, it's looking to me like that might be our winner. Big bottom airs. Love those replays for the live stream. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We're moving on to our next duel, which will be moving way down our bracket here. We only have a couple duels in the round of 64, so we're going to move on to Justine Bourdeau-Dufour against Ava Schwinghammer of the Schwinghammer lineage.
Blue course, we have 81, advances by a score of 28 to 7.
Blue course wins the previous duel 28 to 7.
We have 42. On the red course,
Here we go. Justine and Ava are in the gate, ready to go.
Red course ready.
These ladies are on course. Big spreads from both the girls on the top air, connecting into that middle section nicely. They're racing each other at the same time as doing these tricks. Nice and clean in the middle section. A couple breaks in that red course at the moment, but you can see she's putting on the gas, maybe getting a pass here on the bottom air. Oh, she's out in front, but a backflip from the blue course. This is going to be a tight duel, guys. Let's make some noise for them. The bottom is treacherous. Watch when we're breaking in the finish. As we can see here on the replay, great skiing in the middle from both of these ladies. Going on to huge bottom airs. Like seeing the girls flip. Love to see that. We are done with the round of 64 ladies. We're going to move on to the men's. Up next, we have Mason Solomon and Graydon Parsons. Mason will be skiing in the blue course, Graydon in the red. If you want to know the secret to which course is which, we always say red is right if you're the skier. So the red course is always on the looker's right side. Let's get ready to make some noise for these gentlemen as they get ready to drop in. The blue course is the winner from that previous female duel. Now we're moving on to the men's.
Blue course ready. Red course ready.
These boys are on course. Big cork 7 from the red course, followed with a backflip from the blue. The red course taking a lot of speed here, getting way out in front in this middle section. You can see a good direct ski line, nice and carvy, keeping his legs together. Back X, a little chooch off that bottom air. You can see the bottom air landing's a little bit sticky. Nice landing from the blue course as well. Congratulations, both those boys coming across the line. That's Graydon Parson with Mason Solomon. Seeing a replay here, those middle sections, you just see that red course come super direct out of that top air, carrying tons of speed. Here's our bottom air from these gentlemen. Massive back X. From someone who used to ski duels on World Cup myself, I know the trick is always to carry more speed into that bottom air, and you can actually kind of absorb it and go really far instead of going high. So we call that the chooch backflip. These guys do a backflip while sucking up the jump to make sure they go as far as possible to gain more speed points without losing too much time for being in the air too long. Following this duel, we're going to have Theo Boulanger against Adam Holub. Theo's going to be in the blue course. Adam will be in the red. Our live stream is pointed to the top. Our eyes are at the top. We're waiting for this next duel to get started. We got two men in the start gate ready to go. The round of 64. So how this contest works is they're just going to keep working their way down these brackets until we get to one final winner.
On the blue course, bib 126. On the red course, bib 124. Blue course ready. Red course ready.
These boys are on course. Oh, we see him skiing those two middle lines nice and tight in the air. I love seeing two corks together like that. That's great. We can see some great skiing here. These guys are very competitive. A couple breaks from the red course, but bringing in a lot of speed. Let's see how they do off the bottom air. Great backflips going super deep on that red. Great skiing from the blue course as well. Let's see what the judges say for these guys, but make some noise for these two gentlemen that are absolutely ripping this course. See a backflip truck from the red course on that top air. As they get into the middle section here, they're really tight on time. You see they're almost just completely neck and neck. I thought I saw some great strategy from the red course, straight lining into that bottom air, making sure he carries speed into that chooch backy. just awaiting on the judges' scores at the moment. It gives us a great time to once again thank all the volunteers, thank everybody that's tuned into the live stream. Thank you to all the event workers that are helping this event happen, and massive shout out to Dan, who's getting this live stream going for everybody online. As you guys can see, there's a bit of cloud coverage coming in. We have a blue course win, 20-15, a blue course win from that previous duel. Up next, we have Stefan Bacallo and Christopher Dangle. These boys are on course. We have a back full in the red. Oh, a bit of a tumble in that blue course. I hope he's doing okay up there. The red course can keep it chill, slow down, and not have to rush the rest of this run. As we have a skier coming down, we have a moment. We know that the red course is going to win here, so let's talk about how duels work. You can see now, different from yesterday, there are markers in the middle of the course. You see there's flags on the left side and the right, blue and red respectively, and in the middle there's little poles, a blue one on the inside of that blue course and a red one on the inside of the red. If you cross that line, you are actually automatically disqualified. So you'll see if these skiers are really pushing it, something we always talk about in duels is it's not over till it's over. If you blow out in your run, you never know what the other competitor is going to do. So you're going to see these gentlemen try to stay in this course as best as they can and hope for the best if they make a mistake early on the course. Let's give a round of applause for Stefan making it across the finish line after a big tumble. Way to get back on your feet and get going again. We see that low fog layer hanging around. We're hoping that that holds off for the whole day. We have a red course advancing from that previous duel, and we're moving on to the next one, which will be Brian Bernier versus Jackson Kendall.
Red course bib 51. Blue course ready. Red course ready.
These gentlemen are on course. Back fulls in sync off the top air, getting back to that middle section. It's hard to connect that perfectly. Both of these gentlemen charging the speed. Pointing it into this bottom air. Let's see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise. Two huge backies. Both of them going huge. Super close on time. This is going to be a really tough one to judge. I saw great jumping and great skiing from both of these boys. We love seeing a good high five and hug at the bottom of the course. Watching the replay, a massive back full from both of these athletes, both making a break out of that top air, but keeping it together. Clean skiing in the middle. I don't see any breaks at the moment. Good direct skiing, pointing those tips down the course. See here on the replay these backflips coming off the bottom air. Once again, doing that chooch we spoke about earlier, sucking up that jump and trying to go as far as possible. We call it the safety backflip. For those of us that don't ski for a living, doing a backflip is crazy. These guys do it as a safety net. Blue course won the previous duel. Our next gentlemen are in the gate.
Blue course ready. Red course ready.
They are on course. Big top airs from these boys as they connect back into that middle section. You can see the red course getting out to a little bit of a lead here, but the blue course is giving him a run for his money, trying to challenge, get back tight in that middle section. Good chooches from both the boys off the bottom air. We are totally tied up as we cross the finish line. This is going to be a tough one to judge. Make some noise for these boys as they give each other a high five at the bottom of the course. I'm looking to see the replay of those top airs. I think I saw a 360 on the top from the red. Good starts. 3 mute and back full. Little whirly bird from the blue, but that is a harder trick. So the way that they score this is they actually score them against each other. So if you have to take 2 tricks and you have to say which one is more difficult, you'll automatically get 1 point advantage if you do the more difficult trick, but then it will be up to your execution as to whether or not you win those trick points. A little rundown on how duels works. The score is out of 35, and they split it between the two athletes. So you'll see the tightest duels possible will finish 18-17, whereas if someone has a disqualification, they will win 35-0. How it works is they'll get 15 total points for turns. Blue course advancing on that last one, and as I explain the duels here, we're moving on to our next event. Bib 87.
Red course ready.
Thomas Goulet and Matthias St. Andre on course. Nice full in that red course. We have another, what looked like a cork on the top air from the blue. Tight skiing in the middle. You can see everyone starts to accelerate coming into this bottom air. Let's see if these boys can hold on. Massive back mute. Shout out to JP O'Clair with a back X from the blue course. Great skiing from these boys as they cross the finish line. Let's make some noise for them. So as I was continuing with my explanation of how duels works, it's a total score of 15 for turns, 10 for jumps, and 10 for time. So depending on how much you cross the finish line in front of the other athlete will determine how many of the time points you win. They will determine your jump scores based on who had the more difficult trick, but also the execution of that trick can allow one athlete to win 4-1, 2-3, 5-0. So you'll see these scores coming in. The judges are deciding based on what the other athlete is doing. So this is quite a bit different from single moguls in the sense that it's just one score out of 100 for one athlete. Red course advancing by a score of 25-10. Next up, we have Evan Rudnicki versus Kai Aoki. These boys are on course. We see a backy from the red and a back full from the blue. A little bit of difficulty on the exit there from the blue course. You can see the red course just keeping it direct. Nice and tight skiing here from these two gentlemen. We're seeing a little bit of breaks from that blue course. Let's see what we have off the bottom air here. Couple back X's for the boys as they keep that speed up across the finish line. That blue course caught right up at the end there. It's not over till it's over, ladies and gentlemen. Once you cross that finish line, that's the end. But up until then, you can charge every ounce of that course and squeeze all the juice that you can. We're going to wait for the judges' scores on that as we watch the replay. These boys start nice and clean in that top section. Huge back full from the blue course. Nice backflip from the red course. We see these guys in the middle. We see an advantage to the red course as they come down. A couple breaks in that blue course. It could be challenging to win with that kind of skiing. But overall, they're doing a great job. That's a red course win. Red course is moving on. We have Charles Elliott and Cardiff Tremblay on course. Big backflips from these boys. They're racing each other while doing hard tricks. Ooh, unfortunately, that red course having to pull out. But you see, he didn't go around the control gate because he knows anything can happen. Blue course going mental, but sucking up that back X on the bottom air. That's what we call the safety backflip. Great job holding on to it there. That was amazing skiing. In the blue course, that was Charles Elliott. Good job for holding on to that bottom air. We have Cardiff Tremblay coming down, following in the left. Great skiing from both of these gentlemen. Watching the replay here as they come off the top air. A cork 7 in the blue and a back truck in the red. The red course having some trouble in that middle section as the blue course continues to ski down. You can see he's stuck on his left foot in the middle section there. It's really hard to get speed control back when you're stuck on one foot. Let's watch him suck up this bottom air and go to the absolute bottom of the landing. You can see when they suck up that jump, the trajectory is a lot lower. They're not going to be going as high as they were in the single moguls yesterday because it's actually less efficient for duels to go up high. You want to go more forward and maintain those time points because at the end of the day, if you win 5-0 on time, that gives you a huge advantage in your scoring. That's a blue course advancement from the previous duel. Up next, we're going to have Philip Monet and Blank Bordeaux-Dufour. Unfortunately, Bordeaux-Dufour's name is too long that I can't even see it on the start list here. These boys are on course. Huge back full in the red. Nice loop on that blue course. You can see, look at them. They're super tight on time here. Charging that middle, we see a slight advantage to the red as they come down. Pushing it into the bottom air. Let's see what we have. Great job sucking up. You see that blue course catching up and now winning in the time frame for the blue. Bit of an edge catch crossing the finish line. I will give a warning to all future athletes. The finish line is a little bit treacherous down here, so lean back and pray. When I used to ski on the World Cup Tour, that was something that I did all the time, was maintain a decent time score going into that bottom air and really accelerate through the second half of the middle section and get a good Super Mario star, as we call it, on that bottom air when you get super good distance and don't go super high. So we actually watched the blue course pass the red in the air of that previous duel. That never makes the judges' lives easy, and that's why I am not a judge. We're seeing on the replay here these two gentlemen hitting the bottom air, simultaneous back X's, slight advantage. So typically we would see the scores be involved like a 3-2 for a time that's that close, but it has to go to one winner. So we were talking about the scores earlier. It's a total out of 5. So 3 for the blue, 2 for the red because he crossed the finish line first. I personally have been involved in a couple duels where we did have perfect ties across the finish line, and in that case, the score actually gets eliminated from the time, and you only go off your turns and jump scores. Great skiing from those gentlemen. Up next, we're going to have Domino Bergeron versus Milo Dodd. Bib 49 from the previous duel in the red is going to be the winner. And now we're moving on to the next duel.
Bib 38. On the red course, bib 94. Blue course ready. Red course ready.
These boys are on course. Side by side, flipping, twisting off that top air, both in the inside lines. Look at how tight this is. Make some noise for both of these boys as they try to survive this middle section, going full speed, flying into this bottom air. Chooching up the backflips on the bottom. The blue course getting way out in front. A little squirrely down on that landing, but we like to see them pushing it right on the absolute edge. A big hug for these boys as they get to the bottom of the course here at the Blackcomb Gemini Freestyle Center. Great skiing here. We're going to watch the replay. Here they're coming into the top air. Great side-by-sides. We have a back full and a cork 7. We see the blue course get a bit squirrely out of the top, but still pushing all of his speed to keep going in this duel. Anything can happen, so you never give up. Here they are coming into the bottom air. We see them suck up that landing. Red course is going to advance from that previous duel. Great work, boys. Lots of cheers for that on-the-edge skiing. Up next, we're going to have Philip Gauthier-Renault versus Justin Bardziokis.
Red course ready.
They are on course. Eyes to the top. Backflip from the red, a cork on the blue. Watch them as they get in this middle section. They're both pushing each other. We always talk about trying to ignore the skier next to you when you're skiing duels. Just focus on your run. But as soon as you see that other man in your periphery, you start to charge with some nice backflips. And we see a great chooch from the blue course, totally catching up on time, making it super competitive as they cross the line. I like it. Don't ever make the judges' lives easy here, boys. Make it as hard as possible and keep that skiing at full speed. You can see whoever's wearing the hoodie right now, it's warm out here in Whistler. We have total spring conditions. It didn't even set up last night overnight. It is full slush. This is the most optimum conditions for watching people absolutely give her in duels. We're seeing the replay here as these boys ski the middle section. Nice tight skiing. Here they are coming into the bottom air. Couple chooch backflips. We like to see that distance, that low amplitude, trying to make sure they get as far as possible. They almost cross the line at the exact same time. This is going to be a tough one to judge. As I look up to the top of the course here, we still see that little cloud layer hanging out at the top. I'm hoping that holds off. Let's really try, weather-wise, to keep this event going all day long. I know how exciting it is to be a young athlete getting the opportunity to compete at nationals here at Whistler. You're going to eventually ski against someone from Team Canada, one of the best in the world, against a young athlete. red course is going to win that previous duel. Congratulations to the red course. Next information, we're looking for Michael Smith and Darren McManus. These boys are at the top and ready to go. Let's watch them shred.
Blue course ready. Red course ready.
They are on course. Massive cork on that top air. Getting pretty squirrely out of there. Holding on to it. Hold on, boy. Hold on. Blue course doing a great job of staying clean the whole time. This is one thing from a judge's point of view. Sometimes winning the time isn't as beneficial as having super tight turns, but this red course is way out in front. Congratulations to that skiing. Nice tooch backflip off the bottom air. I love to see it from these boys. That's going to be Michael Smith and Darren McManus. Darren McManus on the red, absolutely flying. Massive break out of the top air, but holding it together. Love to see it. You can see the young athletes here. They can look up to the judges stand and see the scorecards from the back. So that's actually not the scorecards. That's the flip side of the scorecards. We watch in the middle as these guys go. Nice tight skiing as we come into the bottom air. Nice chooch backflip from the red. Same thing in the blue. You're going to see a lot of backflips off the bottom air this day.
93 with a score of 20 to 15.
Blue course is the winner. That was something I spoke about on the mic as they were going. Sometimes it is more beneficial to just do the clean run that you know can win instead of pushing it too hard.
Course ready.
We have Alec Johnson and Maximus Ederle on course. These boys are charging in the middle. I'm seeing super nice direct skiing in that blue line. Couple breaks, pushing it in the red, trying to be competitive. I love to see them push it. Big old backy off the bottom air, going huge in the red as well. We love to see it. Great skiing from these boys as they cross the finish line. Love to see a good high five. Supporting each other as they both push each other to be better at skiing. Alec Johnson and Maximus Ederle. Big props to these boys. I can see that Alberta green jacket. The orange I'm not quite familiar with, but I like that it's a thin base layer. It means it's nice and warm out here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a perfect spring day for duels. Blue course, bib number 2 is going to win that previous duel. Next information, Byron Drinkwater. Reminder to everybody to drink some water today versus Elwyn Blanchard.
Blue course ready. Red course ready.
These boys are on course. Huge cork off the top air, but making a grave error and going down. It looks like a bit of a gate issue on the blue. These boys are now almost tied up in time, but you'll see the blue course take it easy now, keep it casual. The red course is going to try to win by so much time that you can still win the duel, even with the bobble out of the top. Love seeing him get back up on his feet and push it. We can see that Quebec team jersey flapping in the wind as he crosses the finish line. Nice work, little fist bump for both of these boys. Total spring conditions out here. They're either wearing hoodies or T-shirts, apparently. Nice work from Elwyn and Byron there. Remember, drink water, guys. Drink some water. To anybody that's at the bottom of the horse here, we are waiting for a scratch in the previous duel. The last duel that just happened, we have a blue course. Bib 24 is going to win. Drink some water because he's moving on to the next round. We're going to have a healthy scratch from Bib 121, so Thomas Dooley is going to advance in the next duel, and we're going to move on to Adam Gokier versus George Bobbin. If you're at the bottom of the course and you're affiliated with this event, the announcers are asking, please, can you bring a list of sponsors so we can make sure to mention all those great sponsors that keep this event going for us. Please bring us a list of the sponsors. So as the judges figure out this healthy scratch, they're going to move on to the next duel. We're going to have Adam Godcaird versus George Bobbin. These boys are in the gate and ready to go. We see the clouds slightly rolling in here. They're holding off for the time being. These judges judge exclusively from the bottom of the course. On World Cup, we do see time to time they judge on the video. So sometimes with the fog, they're able to still judge. But right now, we're really hoping this fog can hold off.
Blue course, bib 118. On the red course, bib 123. Blue course ready. Red course ready.
Eyes to the top. These boys are on course. Big jumps off the top air. As that cloud rolls in, it's getting more and more difficult to know what tricks they were doing. I think I saw 2 corks. We see some really direct skiing for both of these gentlemen. The blue course is absolutely straight lining and losing control into that bottom air. Nice chooch from the red. Unfortunately, the blue went around the control gate, so that's going to be a DNF. So we know already that that red course will advance. These boys are on course. Charging into that middle section. We see great skiing for both of these competitors. Absolutely pushing it. Seems we have a rerun from the previous 64 round. This is Victoria Hewitt versus Berkeley Timms. These girls are coming across the finish line. Great skiing from both of them. I'll wait to watch the replay and mention more. Big hugs at the bottom. We love to see that from those fellow competitors. These people, they travel all across the country competing against each other weekly. So they know each other. They've skied against each other. We see a little bit of a break coming in the bottom air from the blue. Twister spread and a backflip from the red course. Great skiing. I like seeing that all-white suit, but I do like mixing it up with those red pants. That's a very cool look.
Red course, bib number 73 advances with a score of 26-9.
My apologies. That was Cinna Clegg advancing. Red course. Up next, Flavie Lamontagne versus Charlotte Champagne. These girls are on course. Big top air from both of these ladies as they connect back into the middle section. We see blue out to a slight advantage as they ski through this middle section of the mogul course. Keeping both of those turns super nice and tight. Right now, I can only say the speed advantage is going to blue, but everything else looks quite tied up. Back X in the blue course and a big spread from the red. Let's give a hand for these ladies as they cross the finish line. A nice hug. We love to see it. The ladies like to hug. The men prefer fist bumps from what I've seen. Little bit more of egos going on the men's side, but as these girls come down, they're keeping it nice and tight. Flavie in the blue and Charlotte Champagne in the red. Watch them as they ski this middle here. They're not making any breaks, not giving the judges any reason to dock their score. We see the replay play as they cross the finish line. Now we're just awaiting for those judges' scores to move on to the next round. As we wait for scores here, I want to give a reminder to all the athletes. Once you are knocked out of duels, please return your bibs. There is someone at the bottom of the course collecting bibs. Please return your bibs to that person. That's going to be Flavie Lamontagne wins the previous duel. We're going to move on to Tatum Kennedy and Charlie Grace Hutter. These girls are in the gate and ready to go. They are on course. Big top airs from both these ladies. I think I saw some more amplitude from the blue, but the red is out in front, currently holding it down in front of the blue skier. As these girls make it down the course, you'll see how close she is to that center line. If you cross that line, you're disqualified, so they're playing on a razor's edge here. Ooh, unfortunately, the blue line getting a little bit bucked out, but a huge backflip from the red as we decide to not switch lines in the bottom section. I love to see that recorrection. Another edge catch in the bottom section. The bottom section is taking names. All of our athletes, make sure you are prepared. When you cross that finish line, it is soupy and mucky when you cross that finish line. So get ready to throw on the brakes, but watch you don't catch that outside edge. Great skiing from both Tatum and Charlie there. Looking forward to seeing what the judges score that. I love hearing the crowd cheering for all of these competitors. Watching the replay now, here they come off the bottom air. Big backflip from that red course. What looked like a double daffy in the blue. That's a red course advancement, bib 77. Tatum Kennedy, you are moving on to the next round. Next information, Mayuki Angela versus Rowan Godbout. These girls are at the top and on course. We slowly see that fog layer rolling in, but they're going to keep pushing these duels. We see these girls charging it off that top air, both skiing the inside lines. That's one of the scariest feelings when you're about to go off that jump and you see someone right next to you. We can see the red course off to a slight advantage here, probably about a ski length ahead of the blue, but as you can see coming in this bottom air, the blue course is catching up. Let's see what these girls have. Side-by-side backflips coming in that bottom air, a little bit stuck from both girls on the landing, but they cross the finish line almost at the exact same time. Great skiing. Another edge catch. This bottom section is taking names. Word to the wise. Be careful when you cross the finish. Let's see the replay. We're starting to get a little bit foggy at the top. We can see on the replay here, it's getting more and more difficult to see that top air. We're really hoping this fog layer stays out of our way so that we can keep this event going all day. I love the pink chrome domer from bib 59. It's going to be Mayuki. That's going to be a red course advancement. A red course moving on to the finals. Next information, we have Citron Boychuk and Maëlle Lamontagne at the top, ready to go. These girls are on course. Make some noise. Big top air from Citron in the red. We can see that back truck driver. The blue course following tightly, but unfortunately just getting spat out in the middle section here. So Citron is going to know that. She's maybe going to see it, but she's going to know, just keep it casual. We just got to finish this run, and we're going to move on. Big back X off the bottom air. Hopefully we don't see an edge catch in the bottom section. Nice work, Citron. Because, boy, does she chuck herself down this course. We see both of these girls crossing the finish line now, giving each other a bit of a hug, a bit of a congratulations. Once again, they compete against each other all year long. So to them, this is not new. To you guys viewing this, might be the first time you've ever seen these skiers ski against each other. But what we don't know is they could have done duels 3 or 4 times already this season. I know from experience on the World Cup Tour, you end up skiing against a bunch of the other skiers from all different countries. That's going to be a red course advancement. Bib 16, Citron is going to move on. Next up, we have Miranda Helgvoid versus Edith Campbell. These girls are on course. Side-by-side top airs. I think I'm seeing a spread in one line, maybe a flip in the other. The blue course absolutely charging, unfortunately going down in that middle section. So the red was a little bit behind when that crash happened, so she's going to see that, and she's going to now just keep it casual coming in the bottom air. If you're in the blue, give us a thumbs up if you're okay. She's back on her feet, ready to go. Was it a cork I saw off the bottom air in duels? Amazing to see. We love to see that in skiing. Once again, trying not to get her name taken by the crossing the finish line and catching an edge. We can see the blue course back on her feet, skiing it up, finishing off this run. That's going to be a red course win, moving on to the finals. So for these ladies, this is the last time they're going to ski, and then they're actually going to get a training portion before we go into the finals. So it's going to be the last time you see these girls ski for at least another hour. That's going to be a bib 18 advancement. Next up, we have Quinn Ridgway versus Talence Kalmakov. Give me serious Russian vibes with that last name. Kalmakov, privyet davai. Davai, davai, davai off that top air as they come connected into that middle section, both skiing the inside lines. You can see them keeping it competitive, keeping that time right on the edge. We have about a ski-length advancement in the red course, but anything can happen coming into this bottom air. You see these girls pushing it, pushing each other. They both know the other one is right there next to him. Back X with a back grab from the blue. You can see the extra pull push from the blue course. I love that. Every little ounce of speed counts as we keep it competitive coming into the bottom air. Big hug, big hearts from these girls. Love to see that. Supporting each other, loving skiing. Everyone pushing the progression of this sport as we continue our friendships and camaraderie through all countries and all provinces. Watching on the replay here as these girls ski the middle section, I'm not seeing any breaks from either of them, so it's going to be very difficult to judge. We see an advancement from the red, slightly ahead, but still good skiing in the blue course. Back X and back grab. So if you guys are wondering how the scores work, the back grab will score higher than the back X. 22-13. That's going to be a red course advancement. Quinn Ridgway, you are moving on. Up next, we have Harper Clegg versus Jessica Linton. These girls are on course. Make some noise for your Whistler local, Jessica Linton. It's getting more and more challenging to see that top air. I don't know if I can identify it by eye, but we see the red course pulling out, unfortunately, as Jessica makes her way down this middle section. A couple breaks as she comes into the bottom air, but she's keeping it casual. She knows that she's ahead. Back X off that bottom air, keeping it nice and tidy as she crosses the finish line. Another backflip from the red. I like to see all these girls flipping. Unfortunately, we have a blowout from the red course, so that's easily going to be a blue course win for Jessica, but great skiing for both of these girls. You guys are probably seeing this, whether you're live or on the live stream. That fog layer is totally rolling in. We'll see how much longer we can keep this competition going before we have to take a quick pause and wait for this cloud to roll out. But as we can do right now, the judges are still ready to keep going, and we're going to keep this event happening for everybody that's here to spectate. Thank you once again to all our sponsors. I will get a list at some point, and I will be reading those out individually and thanking all of our massive sponsorship contributions from everybody in the Whistler community. That's going to be a blue course advancement. 30-5. Blue course wins. Jessica Linton, she's going into the finals. We have more ladies at the top. Maya Mickelson versus Emmy McCoggy. Getting more and more challenging to see that top air, but the judges think they have it. I can see some great skiing from the blue. From the red. It looks like maybe we have a crash in the blue course, but she's back up on her feet. Maya Mickelson finishing on the podium yesterday, so watch her to ski as well as she can today and push it to get back on the box today. She wants that Arc'teryx gear. For those that don't know, the overall winner, which is going to be your combined placing from singles and duels, is going to walk away with the overall winner in a brand new Arc'teryx suit. You just get to go online and order whatever you want from these guys at Arc'teryx. We're talking $1,200 jackets. We're watching the blue course come across the line here. It looks like she's okay. We see the hug. We're happy that it's keeping going for both of these girls. You're nice and healthy. Make sure when you are done your duels that you do give your bibs back at the bottom of the course. There's someone here with a bag of bibs. Make sure that you return those when you've completed your run. We see on the replay here, the main focus on on Maya, as she comes down the course. Now we're seeing the blue course cross the finish line. Next up, we're going to have Emily Zuful versus Vicky Rob Lane. I just heard on the radio we are doing a bit of a break for visibility right now, so we're going to hold for visibility. Everyone, keep your pants buckled, because as soon as that visibility comes back, we're going to start this event back up. But for right now, we're going to take a short break as we wait for this cloud layer to disperse. We're excited to watch more skiing. I have a great list of sponsors here that I would love to read out for you guys. These are the people that make this event happen. Shout out to Forecast Coffee, Mons Royal, JM, Pemberton Integrative Health, Mountain Kids Outfitters, The Hilton, Arc'teryx, Sunbum, Phillips, Coastal Cultures, Whistler Blackcomb, Blackfish. A massive shout out to Gibbons. Shout out one time to everybody at Gibbons. Thank you for letting us in the bar last night. Thank you for all the tickets that are coming tonight for the Athlete After Party: Steamworks, CTR, the Tantalus Lodge, Swanny Gloves, Nestor's Market, the Pangea Hotel, 122 West, Whistler Connections, Whistler Brewing, and Beaver Wax. And also, we cannot forget Mountain Pack. All of these sponsors allowing us to have these events, providing us with financial support, gear support, prizes, drink tickets. Everything that makes these events happen come from these sponsors. We have an amazing team of people here at Blackcomb Freestyle: Chris Muir, Megan McPherson, everybody that's helping this event happen. We always appreciate all those people, but it could not be done without our sponsors, and it also could not be done without our wonderful volunteers. I want to give a massive shout out here in the fog, in the rain or shine, chopping ice, chopping slush, out here every single day, just doing their part as parents, as friends, as spectators, as lovers of the sport, to keep everything going and happening. We are going to be right back after a short break as we wait for this weather hold to pass. We're going to keep our sponsors list here on the live stream. So everybody watching the live stream, take note of all of those sponsors and make sure all of your athletes that we're giving our bibs back at the bottom of the course. If you are knocked out, please return your bib. Thank you to the sponsors, but those bibs do cost money, and we would like those back so we can keep hosting events and reusing those bibs.
This kid really rises to the opportunity when he gets the nod.
Let's get loud for recall!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, we're on a bit of a course hold right now with the weather, but as we're going through this, I really wanted to mention, we just saw a great advert on the live stream for the World Ski and Snowboard Festival that is hosted and produced by the Gibbons Group here at Whistler, who is one of our huge sponsors helping out this event. Massive shout out to Terry Clark at Gibbons, Bridia, everyone that makes that company run. WSSF starts tonight with the kickoff party. If you were a competitor, coach, or even friend, you can come to the kickoff party tonight at the Longhorn starting at 6 p.m. We have drink tickets for competitors and coaches. So a massive shout out to Gibbons. As we go through this, we're just going to keep this hold going as the weather is waiting to clear up. As soon as these cloud lifts, we're going to get the next duels going. So keep your eyes tuned. But for now, take a short break. Grab yourselves a coffee. Grab yourselves a drink. Maybe it's a little bit early for a drink, but grab yourselves a coffee. Have yourselves a good time. Enjoy the weather. It's not too cold out here. We got people down here in T-shirts, down here in jackets, skiing in hoodies. Enjoy yourselves here at Whistler. We're just going to wait for this weather to move out. We have a couple new ladies on course here. The weather has cleared up. This happened very quickly. Let's keep our eyes to the top as these girls hit the top air. Coming down into the middle section, we see some tight skiing here. Slightly competitive. The red course out to a slight advantage here. I couldn't quite see through the fog what tricks they did off the top air. I'll have to wait for the replay on that, but we can see they're coming in completely neck and neck to this bottom air. Whoa! Big hot tub of bottom air on that red course. I hope she's okay. Give us a wave if you're doing all right as she slides down that bottom section, crossing the finish line on her butt. We're going to have a brief hold here, but let's hope that this athlete is okay. We see the coaching staff supporting this athlete at the bottom. We're hoping that this athlete that was in the red course is okay. Let's send our prayers to her, make sure she's doing all right. We're going to have a hold here for this injury. Once again, we're going to maintain a bit of a hold as this athlete gets herself together. Big claps as she gets back on her feet, walking away from that huge crash off the bottom air. We're so happy you're healthy. We hope that we see you again next year. We hope that we see you in all the contests coming up. Massive shout out to these athletes. You can tell just by that, these athletes are risking everything they have for this competition. Next up, we're going to have Elisaya Haddad versus Raphael Forrest. Not to be confused with Raphael Meadow. This is a full-on Forrest. The visibility is totally clearing up here. We're going to keep this event running. These girls are on course, hitting the top air neck and neck, both on those inside lines as they come into the middle. Both charging here. Good tight skiing from both of these girls as they keep it neck and neck coming all the way into this bottom air. I'm seeing a lot of breaks from the blue course, really pushing it to the very edge of her abilities. Big old front flip and another tub off that bottom air. I hope that she's okay too. She looks like she's doing all right. She's okay. She's back on her feet. She lost a ski, but let's give it up for that blue course skier. In the blue course, that was Elisaya. She is also a Whistler Vancouver local here. Make some noise for Elisaya. She crosses the finish line, giving everything that she had for that run, but unfortunately making a bit of a mistake on that bottom air. But she's okay. She will live to ski another day. That's one thing that we talked about a lot is it worth giving up the rest of your career for this one run? Because you have to push to the absolute limits to win these duels. Up next, we're going to have Claire Dooley versus Sierra Nissen. These girls are at the top and ready to go. They are on course. Whoa, big top air from these girls. The blue coming out with a bit of a tumble there. That's unfortunately Claire Dooley who's gone down to the top. We're going to watch Sierra Nissen just keep it cool as she comes into this bottom air, crossing this finish line, getting into the bottom air. Boom, twister spread off the bottom. Anything can happen in duels. It doesn't matter what your rank is. It matters how you ski in that one run. Hoping that Claire is okay. It looks like she doesn't have her skis on. She might be hiking up to grab that skiing or just getting herself back under composure as she continues in the middle section here. We're going to wait for her to cross the finish line, but we're going to take a short break before the next duel starts. We are moving on here, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you're watching the live stream at home or here at the course, we have Maëlle Boileau versus Kate Leeds. Let's see if she leads her way down this course. They are dropping in. They are on course. Seeing those top airs from both these girls as they connect into that middle section. Great skiing. The red off to a huge advantage here. The red course really holding it down. Nice and clean skiing. The blue course trying to keep up as best as she can. Making a break into that bottom air. Backflip from the red. Blue course blowing out, unfortunately. That's going to be a red course win as these girls cross the finish line. But I love seeing she's wearing the hockey jersey as she competes right now. That's how warm it is out here, ladies and gentlemen. It is cloudy, but it is warm. It was raining this morning. I don't know if anyone else was staying here in Whistler last night. It was pouring rain last night. I could hear it while I was trying to sleep, just coming down hard. As we continue here, I want to give a massive shout out to Kavdi Hodgson. Just a legendary skier, Whistler community, absolutely supplying the judges and announcers with beverages all afternoon long. Up next, we have Alex Elenko versus Anne-Laure Roy. We heard Anne-Laure on the podium yesterday from the Panorama Canada Cup, so we'll look for these girls to be absolutely pushing it as we ski. Skiing both of the outside lines, we can see an advantage to the blue course. Both of these girls pushing everything they have to win this duel. Ooh, unfortunately going down in that red. We hope she's okay as we watch the blue course continue and finish her run into this bottom air. Back X off that bottom air, keeping it nice, clean, and tidy. That's going to easily be a blue course win with the crash from the red. But overall, great skiing from both of these ladies. Also, another name has been taken in the bottom section. We're really keeping it consistent here with the crashes in the finish. Let's try to avoid crashing in the finish to both the men's and the ladies. Do not crash in the finish. It's not going to hurt your score, just your ego, but keep it going. Everybody, keep the vibes up, keep the energy up. That's going to be a blue course win. Bib number 4, Anne-Laure Roy. And if you are really Quebecois, you'll say Roy instead of Roy, but I am that Anglophone. Up next, we're going to have Annika Cooper versus Leah Matsuda. These girls are on course. These girls coming down the middle section here. Great skiing in the middle. Tough to see that top air. Once again, we are going to be dealing with this weather all day, but watch these ladies as they make it down the middle section of this course. We see an advantage to the red at the moment. Crossing that back X in the air. The blue course going astronomically big. Love hearing the loud cheers for both of these ladies as they cross the finish line. Congratulations to both of you for making it this far. We just heard that previous duel. Both of you ladies, please head back to the top. We're going to have to do a rerun because they couldn't see your top air. So both you, Leah Matsuda, and Annika Cooper, please head back to the top for a rerun. If that is the case, it sounds to me like we might be going back on a hold here as we wait for a few moments. While we have that time, I'm going to take a moment to thank all of our sponsors here that helped this event happen. A massive shout out to Arc'teryx, outfitting our coaches and hooking up our overall winners with full kits. Thank you to Nestor's Market. Thanks, Nestor's, for fueling our volunteers with $8,000 in food and supplies. Big thanks to CTR for their support. Another $8,000 in product, keeping us looking fresh. Shout out to the Hilton Whistler for hosting our crew. We could not do it without you. I want to give a secondary shout out to the Hilton for that amazing award ceremony that we had last night, allowing us to use your comp offices, everything at a discounted price, helping this event happen. Massive thank you to the Hilton Whistler. Whistler Connections, transportation made easy thanks to Whistler Connections. Forecast Coffee, caffeine fix all weekend long. Thank you to Forecast Coffee for keeping us energized. Mountain Kids, massive thanks to Mountain Kids for supporting us with a $1,500 cash contribution. And also a huge shout out to our final gold sponsor, the Tantalus Lodge. Appreciate the in-kind support and room discounts from Tantalus Lodge. Moving on to our silver sponsors, we have Gibbons Whistler. A massive thank you to Gibbons Whistler for bringing the Après Stoke and supporting the Athlete After Party. That's going to happen today at 6 p.m. at the Longhorn. If you are an athlete or a coach and you're sticking around and you want to have a drink to celebrate the end of this season, come by the Longhorn Saloon at 6 p.m. We have drink tickets for athletes, and it's going to be an overall great time as we kick off the World Ski and Snowboard Festival. A massive thanks to Swanny Gloves. Our podium winners are set with top-tier gear. Huge thanks to Mountain Pack for providing $3,200 in product for officials and winners. And also a massive thank you to Ken Johnston HVAC. Thank you, Ken Johnston HVAC, for your generous cash donation. I got sunburned yesterday. I don't know about you guys. The sun was flowing last night all day long while we were out on this course watching that single moguls event. I really wish I put on more Sunbum. Sunbum, keeping our athletes sun safe and loading up those swag bag. Big thank you to Sunbum. Our final bronze sponsors, 122 West, Coastal Cultures, Pemberton Integrative Health, Pangea Pod Hotel, Sparkle Ventures, and the Delta. These events don't happen without the sponsorships that we have from all of you people, providing volunteers with kits, providing coaches with kits, providing staff with kits. Everything is happening because of all of these wonderful sponsors. I love to see events coming back to Whistler and the community coming out to support things like this. So thank you everybody that's involved. We're just going to wait for this next duel to start. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are on a bit of a hold here waiting for the weather to clear up. Those of you that have tuned into the live stream, please give us some time as we wait for this cloud layer to roll out. As you've seen as the event has gone on so far today, the cloud layer comes in and out, but as soon as it is ready to go, we're going to fire off as many duels as possible. So stay glued to your screen as we wait for this weather to roll out. Also, I want to mention a quick apology to the live stream viewers. There was an issue and we lost the communication. So those of us at the bottom of the course, you would have heard me on the mic down here, but you wouldn't have heard me on the live stream. So once again, apologies to you guys. We are back ready and rolling right now, just waiting for this weather hold. So please stay tuned.
This kid really rises to the opportunity when he gets the nod.
Let's get loud for recall.
Thank you. Everyone that is just tuning in, particularly for those on the live stream, we just saw a great advert for the Gibbons World Ski and Snowboard Festival. I want to give a massive shout out to Gibbons, helping us with support, letting you guys all know the World Ski and Snowboard Festival starts tonight with the opening party at 6 p.m. We have athlete access and coaches as well with drink tickets for everybody that is involved with this event can come down to the Longhorn and enjoy the start of the World Ski and Snowboard Festival. That's going to take us straight into thanking all of our sponsors. Once again, huge thank you to Gibbons. Right now, I want to take a quick mention to our title platinum sponsor, Arc'teryx. A huge shout out to our platinum sponsor, Arc'teryx, outfitting our coaches and hooking up our overall winners with full kits. Once again, the athletes that you are watching right now, this is currently dual moguls. Yesterday, they compete in single moguls. What we're going to do is we're going to add up their two results. The result from singles, be it first place. The result from duels, maybe it's first place, maybe it's second or third. We're going to add those two numbers together, and the lowest number is going to be our overall winner. So, for example, if you finish first in first, your total would be 2, and you would have the lowest number. But because we know that a lot of the different athletes that competed in the single moguls are not necessarily competing in the dual moguls today, it leaves the door wide open for anybody to win that Arc'teryx gear. Massive thank you to our platinum sponsors, Arc'teryx. Big shout out to our gold sponsors, starting with Nestor's Market. Thanks to Nestor's Market for fueling our volunteers with $8,000 in food and supplies. Big thanks to CTR for their support. $8,000 in product, keeping us looking fresh. The Hilton Whistler, who hosted an amazing after party yesterday. Shout out everyone that came to the après and bought a ticket, enjoyed the awards. Massive thank you to the Hilton Whistler. Whistler Connections, transportation made easy thanks to Whistler Connections. Forecast Coffee, caffeine fix all weekend long. Thank you, Forecast Coffee, for keeping us energized. Mountain Kids, massive thanks to Mountain Kids for supporting us with a $1,500 cash contribution. The Tantalus Lodge, we appreciate the in-kind support and room discounts from the Tantalus Lodge. Our silver sponsors, Gibbons Whistler, thanks for bringing the après stoke and supporting the after party. Swanny Gloves, thanks to Swanny Gloves, our podium winners are set with top-tier gear. If you guys weren't there yesterday, I was a part of that award ceremony, and I saw those massive swag bags they gave out to all the athletes that were on the podium. I saw Swanny Gloves. I saw TMC water bottles. I saw everything that these sponsors are willing to give to these athletes. So a massive thank you to all these sponsors as we move on to Mountain Pack. Huge thanks to Mountain Pack for providing $3,200 in product for officials and winners. And finishing off our silver sponsors, a huge thank you to Ken Johnston HVAC. Thank you, Ken Johnston HVAC, for a generous cash donation. Finishing us off in our sponsor category, we have Sunbum. Sunbum, keeping our athletes sun safe and loading up those swag bags. Thank you, Sunbum. And 122 West, Coastal Cultures, Pemberton Integrative Health, Pangea Pod Hotel, Sparkle Ventures, and the Delta. A big thanks to our bronze sponsors. Your support helps our athletes shine. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We can see here on the live stream we have the sponsors up. If we went back to the current visibility we have of the course, it is totally socked in. So we're going to continue here as you watch now visible on the live stream. A lot of clouds rolling in. We're just going to hold off for a moment here as we wait for this layer to lift and we can get this event going again. But as you've seen, as soon as this cloud lifts, we're going to fire off as many duels as we possibly can because I don't know about you guys, but I love watching two skiers absolutely go to the wall against each other, pushing every ounce of their skiing, every ounce of their speed, coming into that bottom air, sucking it up to go as far as possible and maintain those time points. I can't say how excited I am to watch this when it gets going again, so stick around and wait for this weather to hold. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, I'm talking here exclusively to the live streamers. Those of us on the hill, we know this cloud is rolling in, but those of us that are tuning into the live stream just here now, we're dealing with a fog layer at the moment. So we're just going to wait for this fog layer to lift. As you've seen this morning, we've had one hold already. When the fog lifts, we start rolling this thing right back to back to back. So stay tuned, wait for this fog layer to lift, and be ready to keep your eyes on this course to watch some amazing skiing from the National Dual Moguls competition here at Whistler Blackcomb on the Gemini Center.
This kid really rises to the opportunity when he gets the nod.
Let's get loud for recall.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the National Dual Moguls competition here at Whistler. The weather has cleared up. We are looking like we are ready to go, waiting for athletes to get to the top. There was a big break, so sometimes those athletes want to take a lap, get warmed up, keep themselves fresh. So we're going to wait for those athletes to get back to the top, but we're going to have this event going in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Now that the cloud is lifted, we're going to try to get through as many of these duels as we can. We only have a few left before we go to the finals training, moving into finals. There may be some adjustments to the schedules. That's a forewarning to the coaches, athletes, and viewers. As we can see, we have some athletes getting ready at the top here. We're going to take a quick moment and wait for everybody to get organized before we get this Dual Moguls continued for you here at Whistler Blackham on the Gemini course. I can hear on the radio, we're going to start with some reruns, waiting for the details of who are going to be the competitors in these reruns. But there were some athletes that skied right as the fog was rolling in, and the judges unfortunately couldn't see their top airs, so they're actually going to go one more time before we move through this round of 32 before we get to the finals here, just waiting for confirmation from the judges and the technical delegates. Okay, I'm getting confirmation. We're actually going to go with our next men's duel. We're going to have Charles Elliott Latulip versus Bradley Kohler here, starting us off as the weather is cleared up. Crowd, I want to hear you guys get loud here in Whistler. We're back going with our National Dual Moguls competition. Let's go. Ready at the top.
On the blue course, bib 18. On the red course, bib 28. Blue course ready! Red course ready!
Bradley and Charles on course. Starting us off, both with corks on that top air, connecting into that middle section, both charging through this middle. Straight lining for both athletes. Who can hold on the longest? Almost blowing out in both lines, but holding it together. A near perfect tie across the finish line. We saw a slight advantage to the red course, but oh my God, boys, you were holding on for dear life. What those of us that maybe haven't been around this sport for that long, these gentlemen have been sitting at the top for almost an hour waiting to go. That was their first run that they have skied in 1 hour's time, and they absolutely charged that entire middle section. Imagine getting so ready. You prepare for weeks, months, years, all season long getting ready to do your run, and then you have to sit cold at the top for 1 hour, and that's the performance that we get from these boys. Watching them here on the live stream, the replay of the bottom air, huge back X's, cross the line, maybe a ski length ahead in the blue. That's usually a 3-2 score differential. We're going to wait for a confirmation on the score. That's going to be a blue course win, 21-18. Okay, we're moving on to our reruns from earlier today. They are on course. Annika Cooper and Leah Matsuda starting us off here. Great job coming out of that top air. We can see good skiing. Unfortunately, in that blue line going around the control gate, that's an immediate DNF, which means that red course has officially won this duel the second you go around that gate. So we're going to see that red course skier in our finals. That's going to be Annika Cooper moving on. Watching the replay here, we can see those ladies in the middle section, both clean skiing. Unfortunately, in that blue course, getting spat out. The next information is coming to me now live. Continuing with the ladies' duels. Bib 49, bib 64 dropped into this course. couple corks on that top air, connecting nicely into that middle section. We can see that red line getting out to a bit of an advantage here in the middle, charging that middle section. Super direct ski line. You can see a little bit bouncy, a little bit Robbie Anderson-esque with that nice back cross on the bottom air from both of these gentlemen. Give me a moment to find their names. We're jumping around here score-wise, rerun-wise. Everything is continuing as planned, just with a few hiccups. So congratulate those boys as they cross the finish line. One of them also in a very thin jacket. You guys can tell the spring conditions are firing here at Whistler Blackcomb Gemini Freestyle Center. That's a red course win. Bib 64 wins that duel. Moving on to the next round, going into finals. Next up, we have Milo Dodd versus Louis Paradis. These boys are dropping in on course right now, live. Both of these guys doing flippy twisties off that top air, both skiing the inside line. We can see that red course getting out of control and having to pull out. The athlete in the blue will see that out of his peripheral vision and keep his run calm all the way to the bottom air. We see that back X from both athletes. I like that little arm wave, the little speed boost in the air from that blue course line skier. Great work from both of these athletes through the round of 32. Now the winner will move on to the finals. We can see here on the replay both of these gentlemen in the middle section. Yes, that red course unfortunately having to pull out, that speed just getting a little bit too hot for him. The blue course keeping it nice and tight. That's going to be a blue course win. Bib 74, Louis Paradis, you're moving on to the finals. Next up, we have Justin Barxiokas versus Emmerich Lefberg. These boys are on course. Huge top air. We can see the red course get out to an advantage in that top section. Still ahead here in the middle as it gets closer. That blue course is making it very competitive now. They're right neck and neck heading into this bottom air. Direct ski line from that red course, trying to stay in front. Great chooches from both boys. We have almost a perfect tie across that finish line. To me, this is going to come down to who skied cleaner and who had the bigger tricks. But from what I could see on the live stream here, great skiing from both of these athletes. Nice and tight turns. Great execution on their jumps. I can see the athletes here at the bottom of the course looking up at the judges' stand, trying to see who won before we officially announce it. Great skiing I see here in the red course. Nice tight turns. Maybe a little bit stuck on his right foot for a minute there. The blue course keeping it nice and direct coming into that bottom air. Really sucking up that bottom air. We can see lower amplitude from the blue course, but he was really able to get that speed. And with that, we have a blue course win. Bib 70 wins that duel. Moving on to the finals. I hear that Alberta team going crazy for him. Up next, we have Michael Smith versus Cowboy Cole Carey. These boys are on course. Huge top air as we can see that blue getting to an advantage, finishing that top air first. Cole Carey skiing very direct in that middle section. The athlete in the red giving him a run for his money, catching him here in the middle slightly. Cole pulling out a little bit on that bottom air. Great chooch. You can see that low amplitude but very direct angle off that bottom air to really win as many of those time points as possible. Cowboy Cole Carey, I'm sure he's happy with that one. Also, a massive shout-out to Michael Smith for crossing that finish line. Alberta team coached by none other than the coach of the Alberta team. Iconic. Chris Peel. That's a blue course win. Cole Carey moving on to our final round. Next up, we have Alec Johnson versus Owen Cooper. Owen Cooper leading our qualification and finals rounds, but ending up in fourth yesterday. He's here to take names. I saw him yesterday ski in the 20s, which means he is an incredibly fast skier. Watch these two boys shredding side by side here down the middle section. I love the cheers from the bottom. Oh, no, unfortunately pulling out of that red course. That blue course is going to be stoked with getting the win here. Love hearing how vocal these athletes are at the bottom, getting totally stoked for these other competitors that they're always friends with, tour with, compete with. That's definitely going to be a Bib 2 Alberta team win. Alec Johnson moving on to the finals. As you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, that weather is rolling in a little bit, but we're going to keep this event going as long as we can while that weather holds off. We can see the cloud layer coming in, but the judges have decided it is okay to keep going, so we're going to have our next pairing, which is going to be Byron Drinkwater versus Sawyer Day. Byron and Sawyer are on course. Unfortunately, that fog making it difficult for our announcers here at the bottom to see what happened on that top air, but I can see right now clearly that blue course is off to probably a 3 or 4 ski length advantage coming into that bottom air. Nice and direct. Huge back X off that bottom air, pinning the landing, following it up with another back X in that red as these boys cross the finish line. Give them a celebratory handshake. Loving to see all these Alberta team athletes. I love that forest green jacket as it comes across the line. Congratulations to all our competitors today. This is going great. We're going to keep running as many of these as we can until the weather really sucks in and gets too bad. We're going to wait to hear from the judges to see what they think about that last duel. Hopefully we don't need a rerun, but we're going to hold for them. That's going to be a blue koi. Sawyer Day wins that duo. We're going to move on. He's going to the finals. Let's go, Sawyer. Congratulations. Next up, we have Thomas Dooley versus Louis-Philippe Bougie. They have decided to hold before we start this duel. So let's take a brief pause as we wait for this cloud layer to boogie-woogie out of the way. Jean-Christophe Bougie. Not to be confused with his brother Louis-Philippe Bougie. We need these clouds to bougie out of the way as we can keep this event going all afternoon long. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in with us, the cloud layer has unfortunately rolled back in. We just hammered out about 5 or 6 duels to get our way through this round of 32 before we get to the finals. There may be some adjustments. Just a forewarning to all athletes. There potentially will be adjustments if we need to shorten up the training, the course preparation, or anything before the finals. So if you are through to that final round, keep your head on a swivel and ready for changes to be made as we move through this day. This weather is getting challenging. As we look at that, right now on the live stream, we have our course. We can see the cloudiness at the top, but we're going to move on and maybe mention some of our sponsors, the people that make this event happen for us. First off, always Arc'teryx. Huge shout out to our platinum sponsor, Arc'teryx, outfitting our coaches and hooking up our overall winners with full kits. I've mentioned it a few times already today, but I want to say it one more time. The overall winner of the Moguls events, which is combined from yesterday and today, same with Slopestyle in Bay Area that are happening currently live further up the mountain. Those athletes that win the overall are going to walk away with whatever they want from the Arc'teryx website. They just get to go on there, pick a jacket, pick a pant that they like, and walk away with some beautiful Arc'teryx gear. Shout out to our gold sponsors, Nestor's Market. Thanks, Nestor's, for fueling our volunteers with $8,000 of food supplies. CTR, big thanks to CTR for their support. Another $8,000 in products, keeping us looking fresh. A massive shout out to the Hilton Whistler, where we had an amazing app raid last night, and we will once again be doing the awards there quickly this afternoon. Huge shout out to the Hilton Whistler for hosting our crew. We couldn't do it without you. Whistler Connections, transportation made easy thanks to Whistler Connections. Forecast Coffee, caffeine fix all weekend long. Thanks to Forecast Coffee for keeping us energized. Mountain Kids, massive thanks to Mountain Kids for supporting us with a $1,500 cash contribution. The Tantalus Lodge, we always appreciate the in-kind support and the room discounts from the Tantalus Lodge. Moving on to our silver sponsors, Gibbons Whistler. Once again, I want to mention we do have an après party starting at 6 p.m. this evening at the Longhorn. Drink tickets for athletes and coaches Totally sponsored by Gibbons Whistler. Thanks for bringing the après stoke and supporting the athlete party. Swanny Gloves, amazing set of gloves. If you win this contest, you also win a pair of gloves. Our podium winners are set with the top gear. Mountain Pack, huge thanks to Mountain Pack for providing us with $3,200 in product for officials and winners. Ken Johnson HVAC, thank you to Ken Johnson HVAC for our generous cash donation. And finally, finishing it off with our bronze sponsor, Sunbum. One as a ginger like myself loves having sunscreen consistently. Thank you, Sunbun, for keeping our athletes sun safe and loading up those swag bags. Thank you. Finally, let's finish it off with 122 West, Coastal Cultures, Pemberton Integrative Health, Pangea Pod Hotel, Sparkle Ventures, and Delta. Big thanks to our bronze sponsors. Your support helps our athletes shine. Once again, thank you, everybody, not only on the live stream, here live, watching this event. I will give you more details as it comes to me. We're just currently waiting for this weather to lift so that we can keep this competition going. But for those of us that are tuning in, maybe you've just shown up to Whistler. Maybe you've never seen Moguls before. Maybe when you ski on the hill, you look at the Moguls and immediately avoid them. Well, these athletes here, they see that as pride, and they really give everything they can to make their mogul runs as perfect as possible. Today is the Dual Moguls competition. How Dual Moguls works? Good question. You ski against a competitor. One is in the blue, one is in the red. You can see when these athletes start to compete, there are two options in both lines, so they can either ski the exterior red or the interior red. When they both choose the interior, the jumping is really fun to watch because they're so close together. These athletes are going to come down and they're going to compete against each other in a very similar way that they did yesterday with the single moguls. It is turns plus time plus jumps. 20% given to jumps, 20% given to time, and 60% given to turns. But what's unique to this discipline is they actually score them against each other. So one athlete will be judged based on how the other athlete performs. If both athletes ski perfectly, it's going to be very difficult to judge because it's going to be hard to choose who wins what category. Often, from my experience on the World Cup Tour, the jumps provide a huge benefit. If you do a more difficult trick than the competitor you're competing against, you're automatically going to win those jump points. Then you have to keep your skiing tight and hope that you can be competitive in that time category. I just heard from the judges previously that it is 0.74 seconds allows a 1 point difference in time. Anything over 0.74 to 1.49 gives you 2 points, and everything over 1.5 seconds will give you the max amount of time points allocated to each athlete. So these athletes are going to come down. They're going to give their best work. You're going to see a lot of backflips off the bottom air. That's how they maintain that speed. And they're always competing against each other while doing their hardest tricks and trying to ski as clean as possible. Once again, thank you, everybody, for coming out today. We're just going to have a little bit of a hold here for the weather, and we're going to get this event going quickly and ready to go when the weather holds. Event going for us once again. Just waiting on some timing things to be confirmed before we start this next duel. To my knowledge, this next duel will be Louis-Philippe Bougie versus Thomas Dooley. We have Thomas Dooley from the Irish team skiing against Louis-Philippe Bougie. These guys are on course. Big jumps off of those top air as they continue through the middle of this course. You can see it's quite competitive, very close in time at the moment. Both of these athletes coming down only a ski length in front from that red course, but darn it, unfortunately pulling out in the middle of the blue. That's going to be a difficult one to win from that blue course. I would expect to see a red course win because of that blowout, but overall, great skiing from both of these athletes. Once again, I want to mention how difficult it is when you are ready to go and you have to stand there for 30, 40 minutes before your next run. These kids are giving it everything they have to this course. Congratulations to all the athletes that are competing today. That's going to be a Louis Philippe moving on to the finals. Next up, we're going to have Adam Godkard versus Maverick Suabe. They did mention that's not how you say his last name, but I like it so much that I'm going to keep saying it. Here they come off the top air. Massive tricks for both of these gentlemen. Unfortunately, that blue line going a little bit too big and losing his feet as he connects back into the middle. The skier in the red here keeping it tight as he moves into the bottom air. Let's see what he's got for us. Ladies and gentlemen, a back X off the bottom air, keeping it nice and clean, way out in front for this athlete. We love to see them pushing it to the absolute limit, but that's what happens. When you give it to the limit, sometimes you get bit. So with that, that concludes our qualification rounds. Moving into the finals, all of our athletes have been seeded through their respective brackets, and we're going to have a bit of training going, but we're going to wait to hear from the technical delegates to see if they've made a decision and whether or not they're going to shorten training or move things up quickly due to the weather delays today. Let's watch this athlete as he hits the bottom air, finishing off the last competitor of this qualification round. Huge back Japan off that bottom air, looping it up with that nice Quebec team jersey, giving himself a high five with his competitor, a little fist bump at the bottom there. We love to see it from these boys supporting each other. You're welcome, Jay. We all love that bottom air. Coaches have been advised to do the slip. We're not going to have an athlete inspection here. The coaches are going to have the opportunity to slip the course. These athletes are going to have some sort of a modified training that hasn't quite been communicated to us here in the booth yet. But we're going to try to make everything happen as quickly as possible here so we can get the finals running while the weather is being cooperative. Stay tuned. If you're tuned into the live stream, I'll give you about 20, maybe 30 minutes before we start this thing going. Once again, thank you to all of our sponsors that helped this event happen. Those are live now on the live stream. We have so many names to list. Arc'teryx, The Hilton, Sunbum, CTR, Tantalus Lodge, Nestor, Swanny, 112 West, Gibbons, Coastal Cultures, Whistler Blackcomb, Steamworks Brewing, Forecast Coffee, Mountain Kids, Mons Royal, Whistler Connections, Whistler Brewing, and anybody that I've forgotten, I apologize. I will get to you in a minute, but right now we're going to have a little bit of an inspection, We're going to have that happen. These athletes are going to get a chance to train one more time before this finals starts. And once the finals goes, we are here for the rest of the day. All we will see is duels all day long for the rest of the day. So stay tuned, stick around, grab yourselves a hot dog, grab yourselves a sandwich. If you want to, this would be a great time to use the washroom. Go up to the rendezvous, grab yourself a glass of drink water for our lovely athlete with the last name Drinkwater, and get ready for this finals to start. Shout out. I can see volunteers right now helping up shape those landings, keep everything smooth for our athletes. These events do not happen without the volunteers that come out here daily. These are parents, these are friends, these are cousins, these are nephews, just people that love the sport and want to support these athletes as they achieve their dreams. What most people don't necessarily recognize is the value of this event, skiing against some of the best athletes in the entire country. This is Canadian Nationals. This is the best of all of Canada. We do have some other representation from Japan and Great Britain and Ireland, but overall, These athletes are all fighting to make their place on Team Canada, make their place at the Olympics, and this is where it starts. So those of us that have come to support these athletes as they begin their journeys to becoming professional skiers, we have mad respect for all of you, and thank you to all of our volunteers, all of our coaches, all of our staff that help these events happen.
kid really rises to the opportunity when he gets the nod.
Let's get loud for recall.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Those of us that are joining us on the live stream, thank you for tuning in. We're just on a hold at the moment. These athletes are about to do one training run before we start the finals. So stick around, enjoy this hold. We can see the weather is being challenging at the moment, but hopefully this clears up. We still have about 20 minutes until these athletes can do a training run and then head back up and get ready for that finals competition. So stay tuned and get ready for some great skiing.
kid really rises to the opportunity when he gets the nod.
Let's get live for recall.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live stream. Those who have just tuned in, we have about 10 minutes here. The course is officially closed from training, and we're just going to wait for this weather to hold off before we start the finals. To remind everybody, we have a finals section happening now at this Canadian Dual Mogul Championships. We're in what's called the round of 16. I know in the NCAA they call it the Sweet 16, which means after this round there will be 8 competitors remaining in each of the respective men's and women's fields. So we're going to move on to the top 8, then the top 4. Then we're going to decide who is our third place finisher and our first and second. So stick around as we wait for this weather to clear up. But for now, just take a brief pause and hold on for the weather. Shout out everybody that's mentioning the live chat right now. We love to see those people chatting. I want to see more of you guys in that chat. If you see some good skiing, I want to see some messages in there. We're going to definitely keep our eyes on that in the future. If you have any questions or anything, throw those in the chat, and we will definitely make sure that we look at that and answer anything you guys want to know about this Dual Moguls competition. For now, we're still holding on the weather. The official training is over. We're ready to go for finals, just waiting for this weather to cooperate. So please give us a couple more minutes here. We're going to wait for the weather, and I will update you as we go. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for this weather to clear up, I want to take another moment to mention our sponsors. Our platinum sponsor, Arc'teryx. Huge shout out to our platinum sponsor, Arc'teryx, outfitting our coaches and hooking up our overall winners with full kits. Our gold sponsors, Nestor's Market, CTR, the Hilton Whistler. Last night, we had an amazing awards ceremony held at the Hilton, so a massive thank you to the Hilton for all of your support. I know our team leaders, our event organizers are all based out of the Hilton, so a huge thank you to them for providing us with space at a discounted price and or free. Waiting on the details there. Whistler Connections, transportation made easy thanks to Whistler Connections. Forecast Coffee. If you guys haven't been to Forecast to grab a coffee, it's one of the smoothest black coffees I've ever had in my life. Go try a coffee from Forecast Coffee. Mountain Kids. Massive thanks to Mountain Kids for supporting us with a $1,500 cash contribution. And the Tantalus Lodge. We always appreciate the in-kind support and room discounts from the Tantalus Lodge. Our silver sponsors, Gibbons Whistler. Another reminder from the day. We've already done it a few times, but I want to make sure everybody is aware. We have a 6 p.m. athlete after party, which is open to athletes and coaches. Thank you for bringing the Après Stoke and supporting our Après party, Gibbons. Swanny Gloves. Thanks to Swanny Glove, our podium winners are all set with the top gear. I saw those swag bags they were giving away. I saw some great gear, especially a nice pair from Swanny Gloves. Mountain Peak. Huge thanks to Mountain Peak for providing $3,200 in product for officials and winners. Ken Johnson HVAC. Thank you, Ken Johnson HVAC, for your generous cash donation. Moving on to our bronze sponsors, we have Sunbum. Today it's a little bit cloudy, but yesterday it was very sunny. I know I needed some sunscreen, so thank you, Sunbum, for keeping our athletes sun safe and loading up those swag bags. Thank you. Finishing off our bronze sponsors, we have 122 West, Coastal Cultures, Pemberton Integrative Health, Pangea Pod Hotel, Sparkle Ventures, and the Delta. Big thanks to our bronze sponsors. Your support helps our athletes shine. Thank you to all the volunteers as well and everyone that's helping this event happen. We love all of the support. We appreciate everything to keep these athletes ready to go for this massive Nationals duels competition we have here at Whistler Blackcomb. Once again, we are just waiting on the weather to clear up before we start the finals here. We did some math, and we found out we have about 28 duels to get to our winners here. So if this weather can clear up for over 30 minutes, we're going to get this event going and ready for all of you to spectate. So thank you to all of our live streamers that are tuning in, and thank you to all of our crowd here that's at the bottom of the course. We love your support and appreciate you guys cheering nice and loud. Remember those live streamers, throw some comments in there so we can see what you guys are saying. We'd love to answer your question. Please comment on the live stream, and we'll be back shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here. We are here at the base of the Blackcomb Freestyle Gemini Center for the National Dual Moguls competition. We are currently just on a hold waiting for this weather. If you're on the live stream, you can see behind this Freestyle Canada logo, it's totally socked in. The camera angle gives it a great shot, but unfortunately, above that bottom air, we can't quite see anything at the top, and those judges need to know how to judge those top airs because these athletes are going one against the other. So we really need to have good visibility. So we're going to hold off here for another few more minutes, hoping this weather clears up. We have budgeted for this, so we do have time to make sure this event happens. It's 1:41 at the moment. We're hoping to get this event finished by at least 3:30, but we're going to keep our hopes up and our energy up for this Dual Mogul National competition. Stay tuned and hold on for this weather to clear up to get this competition started. ladies and gentlemen, we're just hearing over the radio system here. We have 45 minutes of wiggle room, so we're going to hold here for hopefully 45 minutes so that we can get this event going. We have heard that in 30 minutes from now, the jury will meet and make a decision as to whether or not we decide to keep running this contest. But please continue watching this live stream. Keep your questions coming. Everyone that's here live, please enjoy all of this good weather that we're having. You know, it's not very sunny, but it's not very cold. So enjoy yourselves out here. Grab yourselves a hot dog, have a drink, chill out, and wait. And we will hear back from us in about 30 minutes when we hear from the jury if this weather does not clear up. Ladies and gentlemen, the course is clearing up, but we can see the top now. We're waiting for the judges to make the final decision, but it looks like we're going to get ready to go here with the finals. I can hear from the radio that we want these athletes to start getting their way into the gate and at least get a couple of these skiers going. I know how exciting it is for all of these athletes to compete at this senior national dual mogul competition here at Whistler Blackcomb. So we're going to get ready for these guys. Let me get back to you in a couple minutes as this weather clears up and we hear from the judges if we can get this thing going. As the weather clears up, let's get ready for these girls at the top. We have Sina Clegg and Flavie Lamontagne. The judges are currently making final decisions, but everyone is ready to go at the top. We want to get this event going. Can I hear you guys get loud for me here at Whistler Blackcomb as this nationals competition gets underway? We've waited for this cloud to lift, and it's ready to go. The judges are ready. We are about to get started here. Let's get the energy going. Everybody that's tuned into the live stream, thank you for sticking around through the weather holds, and we are about to get started. Judges are looking for next information, so we're about to get going. I want to see your eyes to the top. Those on the live stream, tune in, pay attention. Here we go.
Blue course ready. Red course ready.
These ladies are on course for the finals here at the Nationals Championships here at Whistler Blackcomb. Landing that top air clean. Very competitive in the middle. You can see these two girls are absolutely neck and neck through the middle section. Great turns from both sides. I can see no breaks from either of these skiers. We can see a slight advantage to the red course as they come off the bottom air. Back grab, back X from these two girls. They almost cross at the exact same time. In the rain, still wearing the Quebec team hockey jersey. We have a jacket from Flavie here. Looking to the judges to see how they score that amazing skiing. As I see here on the replay, these ladies hitting the top air, massive jumps, connecting into that middle section very nicely. We see here the replay of the middle, no breaks, clean skiing, getting shifted nicely. I could see that left side, skier's left side, looker's right, red course, getting a little bit caught in the middle section, but great backflips from both girls, finishing up strong. Blue course win. That's going to be Sina Clegg moving on to the quarterfinal here. Next up, we have Charlie Hunter and Mayuki on course. Tatum Kennedy, my apologies. Both of these girls skiing a very clean middle section. We can see it neck and neck as they head into the bottom air. Oh, a little holding on for dear life off that bottom air, going massive. A little bit of a touchdown in that red course. Great skiing for both of these girls. My apology on the announcement there. I had the names written down incorrectly on my sheet. But as they come across, they're going to give themselves a little bit of a high five. We're going to wait for the judges to see how they score that event. They can see the entire course right now, so we're just going to absolutely hammer this finals event for the Canadian Dual Mogul National Championships. Blue course, Bib 77 winning that duel. Congratulations. Moving on to the quarterfinal. Tatum Kennedy is moving on. Now we're going on to the next duel in the women's. Edith Campbell and Citrine Boychuk are on course. Eyes to the top. We see a little bit of a fog, but they both land that top air cleanly, getting back into that middle section good and quick. We can see Citrine in that blue line, getting out to a little bit of an advantage here in the middle. Keeping pushing all the way into that bottom air, we see a big back X and a cork 7 from that red line. We love to see that, especially in duels. You know, even in the men's category, men's and women's, even on World Cup to the highest level, a lot of people do back X on that bottom air. To see an athlete doing a cork in the duels is very unique, and we appreciate pushing that jumping ability. Congratulations to both of those skiers as they cross the line. A big high five, now just waiting for the judges' scores. Seeing both of those bottom airs on the replay here for the live streamers. Great jumping. That's going to be a blue course. Citrine Boychuk is moving on to the next round.
On the blue course, bib 63. On the red course, bib 34.
Next up, we have your Whistler local, Jessica Linton, competing against Quinn Ridgway. Let's make some noise for our Whistler locals. Landing that top air. It's getting difficult to see, but it's enough for the judges. Both of these girls charging this middle section. We see really clean skiing as they come down here in the middle. Totally tied up. It's going to be a neck-and-neck race into this bottom air. We saw a couple breaks from the blue line, but nice and straight, holding on to that backflip. Crossing the finish line first, our athlete in the blue course. Love to see the cocky claims from these athletes. They know they're good, and they want to tell you about it. Once again, that was Jessica Linton and Quinn Ridgway coming across that finish line, giving each other a high five, finishing almost neck and neck, but Quinn straight lining the blue at the bottom to catch up to Jessie and really going huge off that bottom air, giving us a huge claim, almost like a Bruce Perry Jr.-esque. It's a bib 34 advancing. Jessica Linton moving on to the quarterfinals. Our next duel is in the gate. These girls are ready to go. We have Maya Mickelson, another Whistler local, versus Vicky Roblain. Landing the top air. Both of these girls charging. I saw a mistake from the red course there. She pulled out and came back in. Whether or not Maya saw that in her blue line determines how she's going to ski the rest of this line. Both of them keeping it very casual into this bottom air. A back exit, a huge front flip. Shout out Per Spett one time. Swedish skier who was known for that massive front flip as these girls cross the line. Let's give them a round of applause here at the finals. Maya Mickelson moving on to the quarterfinals as the cloud slowly rolls in. The judges have decided we're ready to go. We have Raphael Forrest in the gate skiing against Sierra Nissen. Both these girls are about to drop in. Let's keep our eyes to the top as we see what these girls have for us at this national championship dual moguls competition. Slowly making their way into view. We can see the blue course slightly ahead of the red here. Clean skiing from both of these girls as they're making their way down the middle section. Into the bottom air first, we have a front flip from the blue line and a huge straight air from the red. Both of these girls pushing everything to the limit to try to get that win. Everyone here in this competition, still so far in the finals, has the opportunity to become the national champion. You get to walk around for an entire year saying you are the best in the entire country. Congratulations to both of those girls as they cross the finish line. We're going to wait for the judges to see what the score is on that run. In the blue course, Raphael Forrest is going to win that duel and move on to the quarterfinals. Raphael, congratulations. Next duel is on course. Eyes to the top. We will announce who this is shortly. Big top airs from both of these girls skiing the outside red and the inside blue. Skier in the outside red looking like they have a bit of a trouble coming out of that top air, but keeping it together. We can see these girls are absolutely neck and neck. We know for sure that one of these girls is Anne-Laure Roy. Huge bottom airs from both these girls. They're crossing the finish line at almost the exact same time. We know that makes the judges' lives even more difficult, as now they have to exclusively go off the turn and jump scores. Looks like it's Maël Boileau in the blue course there. We're going to see what the judges decide here based on the results. We can see the visibility is doing great, so we're going to keep pumping this event. We know there's a little bit of rain going on, but everyone here is in good spirits. Let's keep the energy up as we watch this competition. That's a blue course. Maël Boileau moving on to the quarterfinals. Congratulations to that Quebec team athlete. Now we're moving on to the next duel. Right now we have Florence Laroche against Annika Cooper. They're hitting the top air right now. Here they come down the middle section. We can see an advantage to that red course. Getting out about a ski length ahead of the blue. Both of these girls skiing very clean in the middle. Nice tight turns in these rainy, sloppy, wet conditions. As we come into the bottom air, let's see what these girls have for us. Back X and back X. Both of these girls skiing a great run. We can see a total advantage to the red course there, crossing the finish line first. We're going to have to wait for the judges to see what they decide on that score, but great skiing from both of these girls. You can see here these girls in the middle section on the live stream. Really good skiing from our Canadian team athlete here in the red. A couple breaks here from the athlete in the blue. Coming into this bottom air, both back X's, catching up quickly. We see the blue course actually almost win that duel on time based on coming into that bottom air and chooching it. In the red course, bib 2-8 is moving on. Next up, we have Charles Beaulieu versus Quinn Unger. Right now, we have a young Alberta team athlete facing a Team Canada athlete. When this happens, guys, these athletes go for absolute gold. I can hear the crowd cheering on their Alberta teammate right now. It is neck and neck, straight leg into this bottom air. Huge backflips from both of these boys. Quinn Unger managing to cross the finish line first. How exciting is this? Everyone is so stoked for these athletes. Absolutely charging. I know from experience, when you're a young athlete skiing for Alberta, BC, or Quebec, Saskatchewan, any of those provinces against anyone from Team Canada, you're going to give everything you have to give those Team Canada athletes a run for their money. We're going to wait for the judges to decide, but honestly, that was great skiing from both of these athletes. I didn't see any breaks from either athlete. Clean skiing. It's maybe going to come down to the jumps. Let's wait to hear what the judges have to say. 20-15. That's going to go to the blue course. Charles Beaulieu moving on to the quarterfinal. Next up, Alexis Dufour versus Simon Philippon Fougère, dropping in on the course live. Huge top airs. Both of these boys skiing the outside lines, skiing super direct in this middle section. Absolutely pointing it into this bottom air, as we can see. Holding it down with two huge back X's. You're going to see a lot of those backflips trying to gain that speed as these boys cross the finish line. Let's make some noise for these boys as they ski in the first final round of the Dual Moguls. Back full from both of these gentlemen on the top air, both going absolutely ginormous. Clean, direct skiing in the middle. We can see a couple breaks from that athlete in the blue. Overall, that run is going to go to the red course. That's going to be Quinn Unger moving on to the next round. We have two more gentlemen getting on course. Things are moving quickly here. The announcers will catch up shortly. Let's watch these boys hit the top air. Huge flips landing in the moguls on that blue course, both absolutely charging. Xavier Drouin and Jean-Christophe Bougie clearing this course. Nice and fast. We see those hands up to help that sucking up on the bottom air as they cross the finish line here. Two great runs from these boys. We saw an advantage of the blue course crossing that finish line first. Please allow me to make a correction on that previous duel. That was Simon Philippon who won the previous one. I was looking at the wrong place on my thing.
By a score of 20-15. Next information.
2015, that Ross run will go to Jean-Christophe Bougie, number 60, going on to that quarterfinal. Next up, we have Bradley Kohler versus Jeremy Sauvageau. Both of these kids, hard competitors, grew up on the Quebec team together as they ski the inside blue and the outside red, pushing everything they have right now. You can see the red course absolutely charging down the middle, getting way out in front with the back grab off that bottom air. A little spread safetiness from the blue course. Great skiing for both of these gentlemen. I had the pleasure of watching Bradley ski at the Junior Olympics last year in Korea, and I know that he is an absolute duels contender. He skied incredibly well there. I like seeing both of these boys. It is currently pouring rain, and they're still just wearing hockey jerseys. We're watching the live stream here as we see the middle section. We can see almost no breaks from Bradley. Great skiing, very direct. A couple balancing moves here as they come into the bottom air, crossing up the backflip, and Bradley doing the backflip grab. Bradley is going to move on to the quarterfinal. Next up, we have Louis Paradis versus Joey Dubuc. These boys are on course. Huge corks off the top air. We can see the blue course getting to that top air first, but right now it's very competitive in the middle. Both of these gentlemen skiing almost neck and neck into this bottom air. Red course almost going pitched over the front, but staying in the course. Back X's from both of them. You can see the blue course getting a better chooch off that bottom air, so finishing a little bit out in front. Unreal skiing from both of these boys, absolutely pushing it to the very, very limit of their skiing. Little fist bump at the bottom of the course as we get into our replays here for us that are watching on the live stream. Huge cork on that top air from the blue course. Red course following slowly but surely, but getting a good push coming into this bottom air. We can see the blue course getting caught up in the middle section there. That's going to be up to the judges to decide if they win or not. The judges are in. That is a blue course win. That goes to Joey Dubuc, moving on to the quarterfinal. Cowboy Cole Carey dropping into the gate right now. Give it up for our Calgary boy. If he's not out here skiing duels, he's wearing a cowboy hat and supporting the Calgary Flames. Great jumps off the top air. We can see the red course slightly in front here. Both of these guys pushing it to the absolute limit, holding on to that very edge. Red course almost going down, but sticking it together, saving it with the back X on that bottom air. Let's see what the judges have to say about that. But oh my goodness, taking bodies in the finish line from the blue course athlete. As we see here on the replay, we watch them land that top air and ski very direct into that middle section, both of them being very clean in the middle, skiing the inside lines of both of those courses. Once again, to remind the viewers at home and the viewers out here, these athletes have a choice of skiing either of the two lines in each choice they are giving. Red course, bib 32, Cowboy Cole Carey moving on to the quarterfinal. Next up, we have Alec versus Sawyer Day. Let's make some noise for these boys as they push everything they have in this Dual Moguls competition. We see a cork from the red course and a back mute from the blue, both of them pushing it straight into this middle. We can see super direct skiing. Crowd, get loud. I can hear you guys screaming already. Make some noise as they come into the bottom air. Totally tied up. Both Tooch backies finishing almost at the exact same amount of time. How exciting is this? This is an incredible event. Both of these kids pushing it to the absolute limit. I love hearing those of us that are at the bottom of the course here support these athletes, cheer them on as all of these runs are happening. If you are in this event or if you have been knocked out, please return your bib at the bottom of the course. There is a place to return bibs at the bottom of the course if you have been knocked out of this competition. Just waiting now for the score for the last duel between Alec and Sawyer Day. Sawyer Day, 18-17, is going to move on from that duel. Congratulations. Next up, Louis-Philippe Bougie versus Maverick Suave, cousin of Rico Suave. If you didn't already know, these boys are on course, dropping in, going huge on the top air. Saw a cork from that right line, maybe a back full from the left. Both of them charging it here in the middle. You can see how tight they are. Not even a ski length between them as they come into this bottom air, absolutely pushing everything to the limit, sucking it up, going as huge as possible, crossing the finish line once again at almost the same time. As you guys see, with these events, the duels, the better skier keeps moving on. So it's going to get tighter and tighter and tighter as these duels happen. So just expect more and more excitement as this day goes on. Everyone is skiing incredibly well. It is raining out here. It is foggy. These athletes want to be national champions, so they're going to give it everything they have. So stay tuned. We're going to find out the score from these two gentlemen shortly. We saw that red course there on the replay here on the live stream, making a couple mistakes in that middle section, but sucking up that bottom air nicely and crossing the finish line tight with his turns. Let's wait for the judges. Louis-Philippe Bougie moving on to the next round. Congratulations to Louis as we move on to the quarterfinals here. Now we have finished the round of 32, the round of 16 finals. We're going into the quarterfinals, so we're almost here at the end of the event. We only have about 15 duels remaining for the entire day. Judges are ready, waiting for next information. Let's see what we have. We're going to move on to the ladies category. We have Sina Clegg skiing against Flavie Lamontagne going up for this quarterfinal duel in the ladies category. Let's get our eyes to the top. These ladies are on course. Back tuck and back grab. We see a mistake from the blue course, unfortunately pulling out. So the red course doing a fine job of just keeping it tight and clean as she gets to the bottom here. It's going to be Flavie and that red course crossing the finish line right now. Give her a cheer as she wins that duel. She made no mistakes in that middle section, and unfortunately, Sina Clegg making a mistake out of that topper. It's going to be tough to win that one. I'm willing to bet the judges go for the red, but I like seeing the absolute camaraderie at the bottom of the course. I want to hear you guys continue to get loud for these girls as they keep skiing. We're watching the live stream now, seeing the top air, big backflips from both of these girls, connecting into that middle section. Watching Flavie here in the red course ski just super tight and clean, straight into that bottom air. And red course does win that duel. It is official from the judges. These girls are on course. Let's watch these girls as they come down the middle section here, skiing nice and tight, pushing every single ounce of their speed. Red course slightly to an advantage right now, sucking up that bottom air, going huge in the red. Great skiing from both of these girls. Quinn Ridgway and Jessica Linton, Jessica Linton and Edith Campbell coming down the course there. I'm getting very confused with the start list here. They did announce the names wrong for initially, but what I can see right now, that was Citrin Boychuk versus Edith Campbell. Red course advancing with a score of 16-19. Congratulations to the athlete in the red course, Citrin Boychuk. Apologize for butchering the names there for a minute.
On the blue course, bib 65. On the
Our next duel is in the start and ready to go. Let's get our eyes to the top and watch this duel. Huge top air from both of these ladies, connecting nicely into that middle section, both skiing the interior lines. I know how terrifying it is to ski the inside line, and unfortunately going down in the blue. We have the other skier in the red continuing that run. No stress is needed. Cleaning up that bottom air. That was Raphael versus Maya Mikkelsen. Crossing the finish line, we can see Maya here waiting patiently at the bottom for her competitor to cross that finish line. Very respectful, the same way that she does her serving job at 21 steps here in Whistler Village. Let's give her a cheer as she crosses the finish line here in the finals of the Canadian National Championships Dual Moguls competition. You can see Maya waiting patiently for her. Big hugs at the bottom. We love the respect. We know how hard everybody is pushing out here. Sometimes mistakes are made. Next up, we have Florence Laroche against Maëlle Boileau. These girls are on course. Big backflips on the top air from both of these ladies as they make it into the middle section. We can see them absolutely pushing the limits of their skiing. Unfortunately, the red course having to pull out there in the middle. The blue course not doing too much better with a bunch of breaks coming in, and unfortunately the red course goes down again. Big back X from Florence in the blue there. She also managed not to crash in the finish section, which huge shout out to that because we've seen a lot of that going on today. Give a big shout out for our athlete here in the red course crossing the finish line.
28 advances by a score of 35 to 0.
Say the bibs, please.
Next information.
Can you please say bibs when you announce who wins? Just heard on the radio, we were waiting for the men to get back to the top for this next round. We know the lap time here is about 10-15 minutes, so those men are just going down, winning their duels, getting straight back to the top to ski again. I know from experience, to win a World Cup, you have to ski 7 duels in a day. So these guys are going to win their duel, keep going, and have to copy and paste, repeat every single run, pushing everything to the limit for the entire day. This is definitely one of the most exciting ways to watch skiing. Please, those of us that are watching the live stream, stay tuned. We're going to get going with the men's here shortly. We're just waiting for them to get to the top. Those of us that are here live, thank you for suffering out here in the rain, and we appreciate everyone for all of your support. Once again, as we watch these replays here on the live stream, thank you everybody for tuning in. Please feel free to ask all your questions in the comments. We just saw those live streams from the last few duels that we saw here at Whistler Blackcomb Gemini Freestyle Center at our Canadian National Dual Moguls competition. We have athletes getting to the top. They have to do a lap to get back up there. So we are currently on hold waiting for the men to get back to the top to start our quarterfinal round here at the National Dual Mogul Championships. Just got a reminder here, once on the radio, once from one of the coaches. Athletes, please go to the top at the end of the day to do a slip. We want to get a good slip on this course. We have teams that are going to continue to train here for the next few weeks. So if you are done the competition, your day is not over. You will be going up to the top of the course to slip before we go home. As we wait for these men to get back to the top of the course, it's a great moment to mention all of our sponsors that help this event happen. We're starting off with our platinum sponsor, Arterix. Shout out to Arterix, our platinum sponsor, outfitting our coaches and hooking up our overall winners with full kits. Our gold sponsors, Nestor's Market, CTR, the Hilton Whistler, Whistler Connections, Forecast Coffee, Mountain Kids, Tantalus Lodge, Gibbons Whistler, Swanny Gloves, Mountain Peak, Ken Johnston HVAC, Sunbum, 122 West, Coastal Cultures, Pemberton Integrative Health, Pangea Hotel, Sparkle Ventures, and the Delta. These events don't happen without that sponsorship contribution that we get from all of you. While we're thanking people, let's give a big shout out to all of our volunteers that have been out chopping courses, shaping jumps, making sure that everything on these days can run smoothly. We've been dealing a lot with weather today, but what we haven't been dealing with is courses not being ready, and that's only because the volunteers do such an amazing job. So thank you to all of our volunteers. Next up to the top, we're going to get ready for our men's quarterfinals. We have Charles Beaulieu against Simon Philippon Figueres. These boys are in the gate, ready to go.
Blue course ready. Red course ready.
These boys are on course. Let's hear you guys cheer them on. Massive top airs from both of these athletes. Absolutely charging that middle. Incredibly direct ski lines from both of these skiers, but keeping it tight. Oh, almost losing it to the red there. Holding it on with a big back X off the bottom air. The blue line catching up coming into that bottom section. This is going to be a tight one for the judges. Great skiing from both lines. I saw some amazing jumping from both of those skiers. We saw the red course get a little bit caught up, but he still finished in front, so it's going to be up to the judges to decide who wins that duel. Let's wait for their confirmation. Blue course, Simon Philippon Figueres moving on to our semifinals round. Congratulations as we move into our next duel. We have Jean-Christophe Bougie skiing up against the one, the only Bradley Kohler here dropping in. Go. Astronomically huge top air in that red course. Oh my God, that was insane. Skiing that middle section, charging. Unfortunately, the blue line having to pull out. Let's see if the red can keep it together. Absolutely holding it down with a great back X off that bottom air. Amazing skiing for both of these guys, pushing it to the absolute limit. Jean-Christophe Bougie skiing amazingly in that red course. Congratulations. All right, our next duel is in the gate. Ready to go. Joey Dubuc against Cole Carey. Cowboy Cole Carey skiing down here from Calgary. Hitting that top air, both on that inside line, skiing amazingly into that middle section. Both of these guys skiing super direct. Watch that ski line. Oh my gosh. Cole Carey putting on the gas here into the bottom air and passing him on that bottom air landing. Cole Carey crossing the finish line first. We can hear the Alberta team, his old teammates, celebrating as he crosses that finish line. Thank you, everybody that's here to support. We love you guys cheering on all of the athletes here. Congratulations to both of those boys for a great run. As we see here on the live stream replay, both of them skiing incredibly direct in that middle section, hitting this bottom air, 2 massive chooch back X's. That's going to be a blue course, bib 32. Cowboy Cole Carey moving on to the semifinals. Now we have Sawyer Day versus Maverick Suave, brother of Rico Suave. Let's see how Suave he can ski this section. Both huge off the top air at that red course. Oh my God, these guys are giving her. Skiing super fast in the middle section. Both of these guys are here to take names. We hear the crowd get louder and louder as they get closer to the bottom air, and one person survives. You see the red course continue. The blue course unfortunately have to pull out of the middle section there, pushing it to the absolute outer limits of their abilities. Amazing skiing. Way to hold on to that bottom air. Just be warned, those look bindings are quite sharp, so when you absorb that much, sometimes it's a little bit uncomfortable on your buttocks. Let's take our eyes to the replay here for those of us that are watching the live stream. Jumping off the side of the jump, landing off of the landing outside of the control gates, but keeping it on his feet. You know, we talk a lot about the technical abilities of just mogul skiing, but that is a technical ability about saving your own life as you hit the bottom air at absolute full speed. Congratulations to him for not dying. Also, shout out all of us that aren't crashing in the finish line. Those of us tuning into the live stream or here live, we're just waiting for a moment for these athletes to get back to the top before we start the semi-final round of here at Canadian National Championships Dual Moguls. This is the last competition of the year. These kids are ready to give everything they have. They have nothing going on after this. Maybe careers and so on, but realistically, ski-wise, they have nothing going on after this. So why not just give it everything you have on this course? And that's why you're going to see some of the most amazing skiing from this entire weekend. Stay tuned. As you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the Blackcomb Freestyle Gemini Center waiting for the weather, waiting for athletes to get to the top. We can see a little bit of this cloud rolling in. I think it's good enough right now to run the event. We are just waiting for these athletes to get back to the top, and we are going to continue this event for everyone that's watching at home, everyone that's watching live. All right, we're about to get going here with the women's semifinals. We have Sina against Citrine. These girls are at the top, ready to go, dropping in right now live. Keep your eyes to the top of the course. Two huge top airs. Both of these girls very tight in the middle section. We can see great turns from both sides here. No breaks at all, but pushing it in the red and unfortunately coming unstuck and going around a control gate. That's unfortunately a DNF from the red course, so that's going to be a blue course advances. Waiting for the judges' confirmation. Sina Clegg is going to move on to the big final, which means she's going for first or second here, has an opportunity to be the national champion. And Citrine will go on to the small final. She still has an opportunity to go for a medal. As you can see here, those of us that are tuned into the live stream, those of us that are at the bottom of the mountain, the weather has rolled in one more time. So unfortunately, we're going to have to hold here for a minute and wait for this weather to clear up. The judges really only need to be able to see to the top of the course. So we only need about 200 meters of visibility here. So we're just going to wait for this cloud to slowly pass through, and we're going to keep this event going. We still have time allocated for any of these delays. That being said, we still have the awards at 4:15 at the Hilton near the comp office, same place as yesterday in that open courtyard area at the Hilton. It will be held near that, but you will actually go inside to the Mount Currie room, access from the CBB, same place as last night. The CBB is also open if you would like to go there and grab a drink before you head to the awards. I would love to see all of the athletes, all of the people that are here to support the family, the friends, the cousins, the sisters, the brothers, the stepdads, the stepmoms. Anything is available. Come on to the awards at 4:15 at the Hilton and support your athletes that are giving everything they have to try to become national champions today. We will take a short break as we wait for this weather to move on. Stay tuned to the live stream, those of us that are watching on YouTube. Keep your questions coming, but stay tuned as we wait for this weather to clear up. ladies and gentlemen, as we are tuned here to the live stream, those of us that are here on the venue, we can see there is no visibility currently. We can only see about to the middle of the middle section. So we are going to currently wait for whatever the allocated period. We're going to wait to hear from the judges how much longer we have to hold before we can actually decide to stop this event. But at the time being, we're going to hold off and we're going to wait and we're going to hope that this event starts happening. Just hold on with us for a quick minute. We're going to wait for the weather and stay tuned. We have word from the technical delegates that the athletes need to get ready. We can see this cloud layer moving up. So hopefully this clears up when we get this event finished. We only have about a few more runs. We're going to finish up with the men's quarterfinal, and then we're going to move to the semifinal for both the men's and women's before we head to the small and big finals. Stay tuned for more information. For those of us tuning in here, thank you so much for all of your guys' support. We're just waiting here on a weather hold. So while we have the time, I wanted to make another mention of all our amazing sponsors that make this event happen. We have Arc'teryx, our huge shout out to our platinum sponsor, Arc'teryx, outfitting our coaches and hooking up our overall winners with full kits. Our gold sponsors, Nestor's Market, CTR, the Hilton Whistler, where, if everyone is unaware, we have the awards happening today at the Hilton in one of the spaces there. Let me just look on my phone, see what the room is called. We're going to do the awards in the Mount Curry room starting at 4:15. So all of the athletes that get a medal today, we will decide what happens with the medals if this weather doesn't persist. Same thing for same thing for big air, but the awards will be held at the Hilton at 4:15. So please make your way to the Hilton for 4:15 to support all of the athletes that got a medal today. The Whistler Connection, transportation made easy thanks to Whistler Connections, Forecast Coffee, Caffeine Fix all weekend long, Mountain Kids, massive thanks to Mountain Kids for supporting us with $1,500 cash contribution. Tantalus Lodge, we appreciate the in-kind support and room discounts from the Tantalus Lodge. We also want to mention once again the athlete after party that is happening, sponsored by our good friends at Gibbons, who have done an amazing job helping us out this weekend. That starts at 7 p.m. at the Longhorn. 7 to 9 p.m., those athletes and coaches that are eligible will have a drink ticket to use at the Longhorn. So please get your drink tickets, go have a drink, and support Gibbons Whistler, who have supported us. Swanny Gloves with amazing gloves. Thanks to Swanny, our podium winners are set with the top-tier gear. Mountain Peak, huge thanks to Mountain Peak for providing us with $3,200 in product for officials and winners. Ken Johnston HVAC, thank you to Ken Johnston HVAC for his generous cash donation. Once again, I totally got sunburnt yesterday. I don't know about anybody else, but it was very sunny yesterday, and I definitely could have used some Sunbum. So shout out Sunbum. Sunbum, keeping our athletes sun safe and loading up those swag bags. Thank you. And our final bronze sponsors, 122 West, Coastal Cultures, Pemberton Integrated Health, Pangea Pod Hotel, Sparkle Ventures, and the Delta. Big thanks to our bronze sponsors. Your support helps our athletes shine. Thank you, everybody, for tuning into the live stream. I know we're on a bit of a hold right now, but I appreciate everybody's patience as we're out here trying to finish off this Nationals competition. I can see a little bit more sunlight as we're sitting here right now. It's a little bit brighter, which hopefully means that this sun is going to burn off and we're going to be able to finish this competition within the next hour. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and we'll talk to you shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, as we sit here through this weather delay, we have a bunch of amazing members here, part of our crowd. We have a lot of people watching the live stream at home. I just wanted to make a quick announcement. We do need only 3 more runs to get to our results. So the goal here is to wait till at least 4 o'clock, and hopefully the weather clears up before 4, and then we can run those final 3 runs that are going to happen. Please stay tuned. We will update you as it goes. We're hoping that this weather moves out of our vicinity, but for now, we're just going to hold and wait for this weather to hold off. Thank you, everyone, for watching the event. To all of our spectators, welcome back. The weather has cleared now. We are getting ready to go here at the Senior National Dual Moguls Championships here. I want to hear the crowd get loud here at the base of Whistler Blackcomb. Those of us that are watching the live stream, thank you for all of your support. The judges are ready. We have athletes at the top currently finishing off the men's quarterfinals. Waiting a moment for the judges' confirmation as the light works itself out here. We can see a little bit of a cloud layer sticking around that top air. At least we can see almost all the way up the course right now. As soon as that fog layer lifts to the top, we're going to get ready to go here. Sorry, finishing off the women's semi-final. These girls are on course, eyes to the top. Watch this event as it happens. We can see, unfortunately, that red course having to pull out as the blue course continues straight down the line. Red course pulling out one more time. Unfortunately, now going around a control gate. That is an absolute disqualification. So we're definitely going to see a blue course win here. Bib 52, Maya Mickelson, your local girl, wins that duel and moves on to the big final. So for those that don't know, the winner of these duels goes on for first or second, and the loser continues to ski and goes for third and fourth. So this event is not over yet. We're going to keep working through these weather delays and try to make this thing happen. We have athletes ready at the top. We are just waiting for the judges to have the visibility that they need to keep this event going. Hearing now from the technical delegates, the judges are looking for the information, but they are not ready to start. So we will have these two gentlemen walk into the start gate, get ready for their run, but we will still hold for the weather. So please be patient. Thank you to everyone that's watching the live stream. Thank you to all of our volunteers. Thank you to all of our sponsors. As we take our time here patiently waiting for this weather to lift, we only need a few more duels to complete this event. The last I heard, it was 3 more needed to make a final results for this contest. So with that last duel happening, there's only 2 remaining. So hopefully we can get the weather that we need to cooperate to throw 2 more duels down this course. Just hearing from the radio, the winners do not need to go back to the top. Right now, we're just going to finish off these duels. I am not 100% clear on how the judges are going to decide who wins this event, but the winners are okay staying at the bottom. Please return your bibs at the bottom here. We have a lot of sponsors and volunteers that help this event happen, some of them providing those costs of the bibs. So please return those bibs so that we do not have to pay for those costs in the future. Thank you. Also, a reminder to all the athletes that are still on here, we would very much appreciate going up and doing a slip after this contest is over. Please go slip if you are still on the hill and you are an athlete in this competition. Unfortunately, those that are tuned in right now at the bottom of the course and on the live stream, we can see the cloud layer has rolled back in. We have managed to have enough of the female duels to decide who will be our winner today. We are just hoping that we can finish these last 2 men's duels and have proper results in a respectful way for all of these athletes to get the results they need, the points they need, and everybody that's out here working hard, suffering in the rain. We appreciate everybody out here doing their job. Thank you. just hearing now through the radio, 4:15 is going to be the final call here, so we will hold off for another 15 more minutes as we approach 4 o'clock here. We're about a minute away from 4. We're going to hold off for 15 more minutes and hope that we can get this event going. These gentlemen are at the top, ready to go, hoping to ski. Let's cross our fingers, let's dot our I's and cross our T's and hope that all of this weather clears up so we can have this national championship finish up here at Whistler Blackcomb Gemini Freestyle Center. Shout out one time, Kiki Shun Lo, showing up at the bottom of the course here, totally soaking wet in his jacket, smiling at us as we sit warmly in our announcer's booth. I can see the shame on his face to be so wet standing outside in the cold, but it's okay, Kiki. You're going to be around for a minute here. Don't even worry about it. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue here waiting for this weather delay, we have a few more minutes left before we decide to call this event. But one thing I wanted to mention was any of our volunteers or workers that are currently at the top of the course, the lift is closed and nobody can go back to the top. So we would very much appreciate everyone that is at the top of the course at this moment to do a slip on your way down. Please, everyone at the top of the course, do a slip on your way down. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially canceled the event. The weather was not cooperating in the way that we wanted it to today, so we will wait for the judges and all of the staff to decide how we finish off this contest. As we wrap up this weekend here at the Whistler Blackcomb Freestyle National Championships held here at the Gemini Center, I want to make sure I give a big shout out to all of our volunteers. Thank you everyone that volunteered for this event and helped make it happen. We could not do it without you. And before we move on, I want to really highlight all of our sponsors that kept this event going. Arc'teryx, a huge shout out to our platinum sponsor Arc'teryx, outfitting our coaches and hooking up our overall winners with full kits. Thank you so much to all of our other sponsors. Starting with the gold, we have Nestor's Market, CTR, the Hilton Whistler. Well, you will find the Après Awards party happening just about right now. So if you are still on the hill, let's make our way down to the Hilton to go celebrate the athletes that competed today. Whistler Connections, transportation made easy thanks to Whistler Connections. The Forecast Coffee, caffeine fix all weekend long. Mountain Kids, the Tantalus Lodge, Gibbons Whistler, Swanny Glove, Mountain Peak, Ken Johnson HVAC, Sunbum, 122 West, Coastal Cultures, Pemberton Integrative Health, Pangea Pod Hotel, Sparkle Ventures, and the Delta. We could not do these events without you guys. Thank you, everyone, for tuning into all of the live streaming. Thank you, everyone that came out on the hill. We appreciate all of the viewership, everyone coming to support Mogul Skiing. We thank everyone for an amazing weekend. Massive shout out to Megan McPherson, who ran this event inside the office at the Hilton. Everybody that helped out, thank you guys so much. All of the athletes, competitors, you did everything you could today, and you absolutely shined on this course. Thank you, everyone, and we appreciate all of you for paying attention. And we'll see you in the future, hopefully next year, if not the year following. But please stay tuned to the Mogul community. We have the Olympics coming up next year. Dual Moguls, first time it's ever been in the Olympics. So what we saw today, we're going to see at the highest level next year at the Games. Please pay attention, sponsor your athletes, support your athletes, and give back to your community any way that you can. Thank you, everybody that has paid attention and followed the live stream, followed this event. We appreciate all of you. BK signing off. Thank you.
This kid really rises to the opportunity when he gets the nod.
Let's get live for recall.